recording started.
All right. Good evening, everyone. This is Subodh here, and I will be conducting the Web Methods Administration training from today onwards for next 3 days. So to start with, let's put the agenda on table. We will start with the components of Web Methods Integration Platform. That is mainly integration server, command central, universal messaging, the big memory max, that's the Terracotta server array for clustering and load balancing. We will discuss that eventually. So to cover up, we will have the administration basics. We will go through the admin UI. Then we will have the monitoring tools, which are available in the Web Methods integration platform. And in the due course, we will go ahead with the other topics of the agenda as well, right? So to start with, basically, I would just like to reiterate on the basics of the EAI, that is the Enterprise Application Interface.
Sorry to interrupt you, but did you share the screen? Because it's a black. Anyone see the screen?
Oh,
Yes, Anas, we can see.
That's why I see it's black screen.
should I stop sharing and share it again, or is it just for one or two people out there?
Can you reshare it again?
Okay, sure. How about now?
Still black. I didn't see. Anyone else not seeing the screen, or the issue from my side just?
So
I'm
others
able to
can
see
please
the
confirm.
screen, Anas. I can see the screen.
Okay, let me join again. I will disconnect and join again. Let's see.
Okay. Let me know when to start. Thank you.
You can start. You can start. I joined from other machine and it's saying.
Okay, so I will proceed with the presentation. All right. So basically, as you can see, we will have the landscape just discussed in brief about the enterprise application interface. So we have the partners, then we have the software as service, we have the things, that is the IoT environment, the social, mobile, and PaaS. So all of them, they connect to the API gateway, which is basically the demilitarized zone, or the DMZ that we call, and the API layer as well in most cases, wherein we actually orchestrate the green zone to be in the back end of the API gateway. And then obviously, this is the actual integration servers that are hosted at the back of the API gateway. We have the app integration, API management, big data, IoT, B2B, file integration, ERP, and data integration. So this consists of the data transformation and the logics and the services that we host on the integration server. Along with that, we have the universal messaging as well for the publish and subscribe and the other integration messaging as well. And lastly, we have the backend applications. We have the core ERP, the legacy systems. Then we have the big data hub, the data lake, and the BI. So this is about the EAI, wherein we have all the components that we just saw fit into. All right. And now we start with integration server. So the integration server, as you know, this is the backbone of the webMethods platform for Software AG AI, and it holds many applications like the API gateway, the trading networks for B2B, e-standards, active transfer for MFT. Then we have the webMethods adapters. This is for the JDBC, and we have obviously the Terracotta server array for caching, clustering, and basically load balancing activities that are very much of critical importance in the production environment. And then we have the universal messaging, the API management. So API management, it hosts a lot of different functionalities, which we are going to see later on. And then for the development environments, the developers use the designer on a high note. So that's about the components. Now, basically, as per the agenda that we have for the training, I would like to start with the installation of webMethods. But before that, I would like to discuss how the platform is presented on a landscape, whether it's production or test environment or development. So we have three types, right? The first type is the traditional on-premise installations that we do, wherein we have the data centers. On the data centers, we host the different networks. We have the servers. We have all the other hardware, and then we have obviously webMethods installed on this. So that's the traditional way. Then we have the cloud installation, wherein we have again two types over it. We expose the webMethods service as a service, so it's a SaaS platform, or we have like a Docker container, and we actually orchestrate that, and we expose the URL through a hosted platform onto the cloud, right? So these are the installation types that we have for the webMethods components. So guys, are we okay till now? Do you have any questions on this, or we are good to proceed? Okay, so I take it as a no, and I would like to start with showing you the actual installation of webMethods, but uh, purely on-premise training. I'd be showing this on a demo purpose, and you guys can get a feel about how a particular installation is done from the startup. So basically, I have the Rachie. Okay. So let me just log into the Empower. Okay, so in the Empower portal, I'm just going to the download products. And in this, we have the software downloads and software downloads center. Okay, so to start with, we will be needing 3 components. Priorly, we have the Software AG installer, we have the update manager. Update manager takes care of updating all the fixes and the different components post installation in future when we want to basically have any product upgraded with additional features. And then we have the Software AG Command Central. So as you guys know, Command Central is now the thing that is heavily used in the Software AG Web Methods suite. So these are the 3 components basically that we need. And I have just downloaded on my local, which I'm just going to show you. So this is the Software AG application that I have. This is purely a Windows application that we are seeing. And then we have basically the licensing that we will be needing, and then the hardware requirements. So hardware requirements will be done in prior to the installation. So we have different requirements for the servers and different components for integration server, for MWS, for Terracotta, for JDBC adapters. So it depends upon how the platform is hosted, what components we are going to use in our web method suite. Based upon that, we have to basically design our governance sheets and the integration diagrams. And that will be the starting point of our installation procedure. So I'm just showing you how to basically start up with the installation. It's pretty easy when it's on Windows. On Linux, it's basically all about the command line interfaces that we have. So to start with, this is the installer UI that we call as in the user interface. And we go to the advanced options over here. Now you see 5 different tabs, like the scripts are there, the images, caching, logging, and server. So in scripts, we basically have the installation scripts. We can create scripts or we can install from the pre-existing script file. We just have to load this file. And in case if we need to edit any pre-existing file, we can do that as well. But to start with, we will have the images option for today. So we will basically use the installation image. And in that, there are 2 types of activities that we can do. We can either create an image or we can install from image as well. So I'm not going to do anything of that right now because we want to see all the web methods, component suite that we have. So what I'm doing is I'm just clicking on next so that I can directly connect to the Empower right now because I don't want to use proxy. So I'm connected without a proxy in a live environment. Obviously, there will be a proxy server to which the installer will be communicating. So in that case, we have to provide the proxy details over here, the host, port, username, password, and then we have to proceed. So right now, because I'm not using a proxy, so I'm connected without a proxy, right? So let's move ahead. Now, this is basically, it will ask for the Software AG credentials. So I'm just giving my credentials. Okay, so I'll be using the latest version, that is 10.15, which is the Web Method Suite as of now. Okay, so here it will ask me for the installation directory. The host name or IP, it will be populated as it is, and it will also ask me for the start menu group name. So this will be when we are having the Windows servers as the hosting environment. So I'm to change this to Software AG new for test purpose. And I'll be proceeding. Okay, so this is basically all the components that we have or are available for ready to be installed on our Web Method Suite. So they all are listed in a tree view. Just to basically highlight a few of them, we have the API gateway, the API data store, and the asset build environment, the big memory max, that's the Terracotta. Then we have the database configuration. So if I expand this, there are many different important things that we need to understand in database configuration. First of all, database component configurator is a very, very important tool that we will be needing to install the database components. Okay, and then we have the My Web Method server and the trading networks database scripts. So these are the main important from the database perspective. Then we have the designer. Obviously, designer will have its own, extensions, but then we have to select at least the prerequisites that are required. So I'm just selecting Eclipse over here and the web services stack. So natural is not needed because that's obviously a different development tool that is needed in case if we are using natural. And then we have the integration server. So this is basically the core integration server. So if you see that once I select, it will also automatically select the prerequisites that are needed. So it has selected the external RDBMS support. Then it has also selected the monitor, and in integration server, we also need the central user management. So this is needed for the common directory services, or what we call it like a common pool for user authentication across different components in case if we are using that. Then we have the deployer, and in case if we need logging utility, that is also needed, right? So that's for the integration server. Then we have the My Web Method server. So generally we select all of them because most of it is needed for business purpose. And we have the Terracotta and the universal messaging.
I have questions there. What the difference between Terracotta that you select now and Big Memory Max?
Okay, so if you see here, it will not allow me to select because we already have a Big Memory Max above, right?
Yes. What the difference between these?
So if you see in Terracotta, we have the actual TC console, management console, and we have the other utilities, we have the client libraries and the actual server. Okay, and we have the Java APIs as well, in case if we need them.
Okay, or Big Memory, the above one.
Okay. Just a moment, let me look at that. Okay, so as you know that Big Memory is basically used for caching purpose, and it is part of like an extension of Terracotta. So generally we select Terracotta and Big Memory in conjunction for installation.
Okay, let me ask other questions. Now, you are working with the version 10.15, but in the ministry, the environments is deployed on 10.11. And I see there's a difference between options here, between 10.15 and 10.11.
Okay. So can you tell me one or two options that you would like to know so that I can, clarify your doubt over there? Because I mean, from version 10.7 onwards, there is no major difference as terms of like, say, for example, we have the admin API that was introduced, right, in the integration server. So I would say that 10.11 and 10.15, they generally don't have that much difference. But for your purpose, I can go back and select 10.15 if you want.
Okay. Other questions. Now you firstly you are talking about database. Now here in our environments we install components on different server. What that meaning? For example, API gateway on a separated server, microservices on other servers, Cloud Stream on other servers. Now on each installations of these components, should I select database components or I can use one servers for database configurations to run the script related to creation database?
You're absolutely correct. So in our live environment, we don't need to select all these at once, right? So here you see, right, I had given this host name over here. So say, for example, there is one server where I just want to, install the API gateway, right? Then all I would need is I'll just unselect all this. Okay, so I just need to use this selection, that is API data store, API gateway. So if you see, once I select API gateway, it has selected automatically the prerequisites. I mean, the minimum components or the dependent components that are needed for this API gateway to run on that particular host. So if I have to run API gateway, I would be automatically selecting this, right?
Okay, not all components of database configurations.
That's correct. You don't need all of them just for one single component. So to extend to that, say on next host, if I am installing a complete integration server, then I would not select API gateway. In that case, I would only select the required, interfaces. So I've selected integration server, but then in this case, I would like to select the ones which I will be using. Say, for example, the common directory service. Now, this is for the LDAP authentication, or you have the central user management, right? So you need this component for the integration server to run in the green zone. So that's the reason I was explaining you all these components, what it means. So when you are going to install, you need to understand what components you are going to use with the main components. So the main components would be like integration server, Terracotta, or My Web Methods server, so that you can easily select the ones that are required, and then you can proceed with the installation.
Okay. Also, I see here different options for the Terracotta. So how we can make sure we are installing the correct dependency. For example, here I see Terracotta support 10.15. I also Terracotta dependence. Terracotta Big Memory Max 4.4. Also in the top Big Memory Max. So how we can make sure we are selecting the ideal options for the installations.
Okay.
Why this multiple options distributed for the same product, for example, like Terracotta?
Okay, so first of all, let's talk about Big Memory Max. Now, basically, when I select this Big Memory Max, I'm done with the selection of Big Memory Max. Maybe it is appearing in the tree down, but you don't need to select this. It's actually already being selected, so it won't allow me to select this. You see, you can see the mark on the right. It says that now called Big Memory Max. See Big Memory Max higher in the product selection tree. That means we have already selected this, right? So that's about the duplicate entries that you see. And the second question that you asked me, that how would we know which dependent components we have to select? Now, while selecting, as an administrator, we would already be having that knowledge what a Terracotta does and what utility of Terracotta we would be requiring. So when do we need Big Memory Max, right? When you have huge data that is to be processed, you have the caching framework of Terracotta that you need to use, then you'll be using the Big Memory Max, okay? And obviously the Terracotta will come with its own Terracotta array, and it will have the management console. So you need to select all these components to make sure that you have a complete suite of Terracotta installed. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Also, last questions on this screen. You mentioned one of the options related to user management that manage the user authentication between all modules, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which one, please?
That's correct.
Which
Okay.
options?
Okay. So here you see integration server or microservice runtime libraries. In that, you have a common directory service support, right?
Okay.
So this is the option. Now, to answer your question completely, I would also park this question and answer that in a more detailed manner when we actually see the packages as well. And you will understand for yourself, like, how does the user management work over there? So
Because I need to know now, this will manage the user, for example, login to API gateway, microservices, cloud stream, all the components, or there's other modules related to authentications based on modules. Because now this make some confusions. We have a module for user authentications, and we can create a user in each module separately. So what the difference here?
Okay, so the one that you're talking about is a local user authentication, right? Wherein which it gives you the privilege to use that particular authentication of the local user management for that component, right? So you can use that, as well as you can define ACLs wherein you can use the common directory services and store the logins in a common database. You can have the API gateway, the integration server, you can have the Terracotta, or the command central. All these components can be combined to use a common user authentication. So that is why it is called as Common Directory Service Support, right? So there is a dedicated package on integration server, and we have that particular, the interface that we need to build in to come up with the Common Directory Service.
Okay, clear. Thank you.
Okay, so that's about selecting the products. The other ones that you see in the tree, they are absolutely not needed. We don't have, if we have to use that, but then we already have the API gateway. And then obviously the most important, that is adapters. Now, these many are available, but then the ones that we need to select those. Like, say, for example, JDBC adapter is the one that we need, and some SAP adapter or X400, it depends, or the JMS adapters, some come with Salesforce. So all these options are available in the tree. All we need to do is just evaluate which options or which products we need, and accordingly we have to set up the adapters. Okay, so let me just do a trial installation of integration server, because I need to proceed with this and show you some more few options that we need. So I've just selected the integration server for time being, and okay, so it's just progressing. This is just for the the language support, in case if we need other than English. If we need any other support, then the products will be supported, but I'm not going to use that right now. Okay, so this basically lists the core fixes of some of the components. So whichever component I selected earlier, it will just give me the fix that are available. So if you see that this is the core fix of the integration server, so it is automatically selected. If you don't want to install the fix right away, you can just do away with it. You can deselect all of them and you can proceed with the installation. So you have the next screen wherein it asks you for the admin password. So this is basically for the integration server password that you need to give. And this will be your first login. And it's like if you select require password change at first product login, then it will prompt you to change the password. But this is only in case if you're using Command Central. Okay, so now this Apama, I think we selected accidentally. So I'm just going back and deselecting Apama, because we don't need that right now. Okay. Deselecting the fixes, just giving the password. Okay, so now over here, it's very important to understand this will be your proprietary license that the sales team will be sharing. In case if they have not shared, you can contact the sales team. And then the server instance. Now, as a prerequisite, as an administrator, it is very important to identify which ports we are going to use. While installation, we need three types of ports. One is the secure port, that is the HTTPS, then the primary and the diagnostic port. So the installer will list the default port numbers, but then as an administrator, we need to ensure that these ports are available for the integration server product to run properly, else it will not run and the admin UI won't come up on these ports if they are used by different other applications on the operating system, whether it's Linux, Windows, or any other operating system. So this is a prerequisite, and then the license file. I'm not going to give the license file here. It's just for you guys to see. And then register Windows service or daemon for automatic startup. So this option will actually register it automatically once the integration server is installed. And then obviously the packages, install packages on this instance. So, okay, so let me just select the license file because I need to move ahead as well. This, okay. So as I said earlier, I have already installed an application on this port, and installer has identified that this is already in use. So we need to change this port number. So let me just select a random port number over here, 33, and then I'll give all 4, and this will be all. Okay, now this is basically a very important part wherein you can, if you don't have an external RDBMS setup, then you can select embedded database, wherein the web method suite, which comes with the embedded database, it will use that for operational purpose for time being. And then once you have installed the suite, you can install the database components, and you can have the components pointed to the database itself. But then over here, what I did was I have already installed the database components, which I would like to show you. So this is on the SQL Server, which I'm using on my local. And let me just share. Suite. Okay, so this is how WebM Suite DB looks like. So generally, you will require 3 types of database. One is the WebM DB. Then we have the WebM archive and the MWS DB. So this is basically for the central user authentication, as someone asked me before. Now I will also show you how I created these database components, right? So we have the database configurator.
I have a question, please.
Okay, sure.
If we have the components on each on separate servers, will there be on each of them a database client to connect to the master database?
Sorry, I didn't get your question. So what do you mean by different server? Like,
yeah, for example, if the API gateway in a server integration in a server and such, so there will be a database client on each server, on each separate server to connect to the master database.
Yes. So this will be like your common database installation, and you can create a common schema. And as you mentioned, API gateway or integration servers, right? So you can give the database URL for these components to get connected. So that's what I have done. at the later stage, I will also show you how I have configured that. I mean, different components to the same database, right?
Okay.
So that's what your question was, I believe.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Yeah. So, so as I said, like the database configurator is a tool which actually we have selected, as I showed you earlier, that we need to use to configure or install the database. In as a good practice, as a good administrator, we generally install the database first, and then we start with the installation activity with Software AG installer. So I again repeat, we generally install these three components. So say, for example, in this test instance, I'm using SQL Server. You might be using Oracle as your, DB component, or you can use MySQL or whatever it is. But if you're using SQL Server, you don't need any library files or separate library files to install on your components to connect to these databases. Because for SQL or for databases like Oracle or SQL Server, you get the drivers out of the box from web methods. For MySQL, particularly, you need one or two jar files that you need to place manually, and then you can connect to the database in case if you're using MySQL. So I will show you how to basically generate these components. These are automatically generated. And if you're either using a UI or scripts, it doesn't matter. It will be created based upon the database instance that you give. So over here, if I select external, I'm going to select SQL Server because that's my backend database server. And then connection name. So connection name, we have this particular uh, connection name that we can give, which later will be automatically created on your components. So if I give your something like WebM SQL, that will be my custom connection name, which I can give. And the URL should be in this format that is already mentioned on top as a template. So if I give, say, for example, this URL, so it should have the host name and the instance name and the database that we are going to use. So that will be my URL and then the password that I need to basically okay, so this has come up as a natural one option, but we don't need that. But just in case we have approached this stage, I'm going to provide the okay, so let me just go back and deselect this. Okay, so since we have selected Active Transfer Gateway, I just want to run it as a server. So I've just put in that. And I need a license key for server. Right. So this is basically what we call it like a SPM, which runs parallel to the web methods components, and it has the HTTP and HTTPS ports. Again, we need to ensure that these two ports are available for use and no one else is using them. And I have selected register Windows service, and I'll just proceed next. Unit test framework. So okay, so now this is for the CDS, that's the directory services. So connection name, again, I'll give it like CDS WM, and URL will be the same. But as I told you, we have MWSDB, which will be acting or having all the, the tables or the components for common directory services. So I'm just going to give MWSDB and the password for that. So until here, this will be the final verification step wherein we can verify all the product bundles, whether it includes all the components and the subcomponents. So this is basically how we start with the installation. But before that, one more thing I would like to add over here is while giving the DB URLs, because this is not a live environment, a POC environment, I have not created specific users, but because we have 3 different schemas that I'm showing, it is advisable to have the specific, users created for all the 3 schemas which are separated, so that it is very easy to later connect. And in case if there is any need to change the usernames, then we just need to take care of that specific component and not affect all the 3 components as common. So that's about the installation that we do on premise. And for Linux, it is more or less the same, but it will be all the command based. So up till here, any questions?
I have a question about database components and the schema. Now,
Mhm.
for the active transfer server, there's a database schema related to it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I see here you just created 3 databases. One for the common directory, one for the archive, and the old database. Now, the third one, web MDP, it contains everything: integration, active transfer, all of this.
Yes. So I will show you basically some of the tables which are important. So this will be the main database component, which we'll be using for the BAM activity and the different events, the delivery, and as you see here, we have the IS trigger details. So all these will be basically getting stored in this schema.
Is it best practice to create a one schema and create all tables inside it? Or, for example, active transfer, create a schema for active transfer and other schema for the events, other schema for the integrations?
Right, right. So we need to create specific different schemas. I reiterate different schemas for the components that we are going to use. So as you correctly mentioned, we will also see how we can create different components. Schemas for the specific components, and that is recommended practice. We do not have one single schema and then having all the components pointing to one specific schema, because what happens is we have different components, and when we separate those with the different database schemas, then it is very easy for maintenance purpose as well. Say for example, if we are running in production environment and say tomorrow this table gets filled up, then it's going to affect this whole schema. It's not just one schema. So what will happen is, because if we are using a, you know, multiple components, then it will affect those many components as well. So you see, that is one main advantage why we use one particular schema, different schemas for the specific components. So I will show you that also, how we create schemas based upon different components once we go to the database configurator. So this is.
But I think creation of the schema should be before this step. Create a schema, then install the components and define the scripts. Now, because you already have a database, you go with the installer, right?
That's correct. So while I was explaining, I already mentioned that the recommended practice is to first create all the required schemas, and then we start with the installer, right? So because I had all this setup already done, I started with the installer, and I wanted to show you about how the different components will be basically interacting and how they will be deciding factor for these components. So now that we have seen the installation step, we will also go to the database configurator. So let me just open the DB configurator. Okay, now to have this DB configurator, we can just use this installer, and we can go to this step over here. Okay, and you have this database configuration. Here you have this component configurator. So this will be, installed, and it will be active for you to use. So you can just deselect all this. And if you are starting fresh, then you can just have this database configurator, and you can first install that, and so that you can create all the schemas first, and then you can again use the installer, and you can start with the traditional installation of the web method suite. So this is basically the database configurator that we will be using, and obviously it has all the commands which are basically identical to all the UI options that we see here. So you see that you get option to create, drop, migrate, recreate, and catalog. So catalog basically is to view what all components are already installed on the database. So if I select catalog, and if I select uh, the particular uh, SQL Server, let me just Okay, so it is showing me what all components are basically installed for this schema, that is WebMDB, right? So for WebMDB, it has given me the result over here. And if you see, these are all components that, if you see here, IS core audit, document history, IS internal, these are used for the integration server purpose. So we create different schedulers, right? Or say, for example, we have certain document history events which can be reprocessed later, or the core audit data, or we have the API gateway events. So these are generally created in one schema. And if I give WebM archive, okay, so there was a spelling mistake. So we have this archive component wherein we generally use to archive the different data from MWS integration server API gateway, right? And then we have the MWS component as well. So in MWS, you can see we have the central configuration and component for MWS itself and the common directory service task engine. So this is a specific schema that I have created only for central user management and MWS purpose. So to start with, we can just go to create and we can select version as latest. And we have two options. Either we can use the components for which we want to create the tables, and then we can give the specific database. So we can either use the component or we can use the product. So for integration server, I have used WebMDB, right? And if I then execute, it will basically create the schema for integration server. I mean, create the tables for integration server in this specific schema. Right? And because trading networks are used in conjunction with integration server, I can also give that again, and I can select the same schema. For my web methods, I can give MWSDB and so on. So this is for the product based, and then the component based, if I want, I can just use this option to create the schemas as well.
What the difference between product and components?
Okay, so components, right? As you see, product is nothing but the web method suite component itself. The different components like integration server, my web method server, process engine, trading network. So these are the actual components of web method suite. So the configurator does is when we select integration server, it will automatically create the required tables, okay, which are concerned or which are required to run that particular component. So if you see here, IS locking details or IS alerts, certificate maps, data stores. So these are all integration server specific tables, right? And these get created based on the product name that we give. So that is about the product. And when we say component, right, from the database configurator perspective, there are different components. Like we have the document history is there. Then we have the operational management, process engine, or task engine, or trading networks archive, or trading networks. So if I want to only create the specific component wise, then I can use this option to create the tables in that schema.
So product contain all components, but when I go to components, I select some components or specific components,
Yes,
not a full product.
that's correct. Yeah. Generally, it is recommended if an administrator has no detailed knowledge about what is meant by analysis or what is meant by business rules, he or she can select product, and then they can select that particular product and then simply create the tables in that schema. So you don't need to understand what all tables are required, what all components are required for the integration server itself to run. So that's the difference there. And second thing is, if you need to create the database itself and the database user, you can do that by giving the name, password, and the database name itself. So right now, because I have already created my users, my local users already created in the login. So these are all the users that I've created, and the database as well. So I just need to give this information, and then I'm ready to execute this. So it will create the database components for me. Any questions on the database creation apart from what we discussed?
Yes, I have questions about database type or RDBMS. We use Oracle database. We don't use Microsoft SQL. Now, for the Oracle database, I see a table space here. This table space related to Oracle database, right? Or what? If I select Oracle database.
Okay, let's select this. So if I select Oracle database, this is for the username. And if I want to use the table spaces, this is specific to the Oracle product itself. So you are right. Yeah. But we need to maintain what data and the indexing that we are going to create. So this is for creating the custom table space names in Oracle.
Okay, here in Oracle, we will have two separated table space. One for a data and one for the index, separated. Right?
Yeah.
So in this case, data table space and index table space. What's the difference between this data and index? There's a specific index will be created for a components for a products and store on index or what?
See, basically,
about this.
yeah. So see, you need to work with your Oracle DB administrator, and in case if we want to create a custom table space names for this particular schema, we can have the data and the indexing having a customized name which will be then mapped to this particular Oracle RDBMS, right? If we want to leave it as it is, then it will be created for you.
It will create on the default table space, on the user's table space.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, but what if this option exists here? So there is a recommendation from Software AG about these configurations. What the best practice here?
Okay, so the best practice, it's basically that if you are creating a custom table space names, then that would be actually recommended, because what happens is these get mapped to the products that you're selecting over here, right? And then it will be very easy for the indexing to happen, because you need to run the indexing on this particular component product and not the whole product itself, right? So you can give here like the component name, and then you can have this particular indexing run only on this particular table space.
So we can create a multiple table spaces for each product, right?
Yes, yes. So you see here, right? So if I select monitor, I can also have an option to change this and customize it, right? I can customize the users, I can customize the URL, and this is basically to, to map to the specific component in case if we want to customize the table space names.
Okay,
well.
but in this case, if we going to create product on different table spaces, in this case, we need to create a different schema for each product, because having one schema split it on cannot be split it on a different table spaces.
Yes, absolutely. So the schema can be created, as I said. While creating the schema, we need to make sure our requirements. Are we going to create the schema specific to each component? Then we have to list them and create those particular, uh, database tables beforehand, so that once we come to the component creation, we have the particular databases ready, and then we can map the indexing with the particular uh, database that we have already created.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so that's about the database component creation and the installation of the web methods. We will now quickly see how a particular web methods fixes are applied once the particular product is installed. So I will show you. This is my installed integration server. So you see here, this is the fix level that currently I'm sitting on, and I have two fixes. One is the core fix 3 and Trading Networks Server 1015 Fix 1. As an administrator, it is recommended that we analyze the core fixes if they are available. It has to be applied as and when the product is installed. So core fix can be, it can apply to any component, like it can be for MWS or universal messaging. So we need to ensure that fixes are available for that particular component, right? So just go to products and documentation. Okay, I'll show you from the so we use update manager to apply fixes. And this is the proprietary or the the legacy method of applying fixes. Obviously, now that we have Command Central, we generally use Command Central for these operations. So here we first have to make this online so we can connect to Empower and we can check what all fixes are available. So go to Manage Fixes, install fixes from Empower. In case if we have those fixes from an image, we can select the image and we can proceed with the fix installation. So over here, let's connect to the Empower and let's see what fixes it shows for the pre-installed component that we already have on our system. It's just taking time, but won't be too long. Okay, so make sure that you select the directory, the installation directory is correct, and then proceed next. Okay, one important thing, now fixes will be applied to the components that are already installed. So make sure that these components are not running because Update Manager will obviously detect all the running components and it will shut down. But the ideal or the preferred method is to first check if there are any services which are running. So you need to shut down those particular components and then proceed with the fix installation. So over here, we see that the fixes that we already have installed for integration server, we have these two fixes and the core fix will be listed, which are already installed. But the ones that we can install for the, uh, for the tree selection which is available are available here as well. So we just need to select them. Say, for example, if I'm using my web methods user interface and I want to select this fix for installation, I just need to select and then click next. If you want to just see what is available, you can either view the README or you can check what are the components. So you need to ensure that you are installing the right fix. So you can just view what are these fixes used for and what software AG has additionally added. Were there any issues that were fixed or was there any compatibility issue that was addressed through this fix? So you can just go through the README and you can ensure that the fix that you're installing is the correct one that is needed. Okay, and then you just need to click next. The reason why it's taking time is basically it has detected that the few of the components are already running. So we are not going to proceed with the fix installation, but this is the last step wherein you can verify that the list of fixes that will be installed in this installation. And then when you just proceed with next, it will install this fix. In case if the particular required component is running, then Update Manager will automatically shut down that component first. It will pop up a message. Then once we proceed with that, it will then ultimately shut down that component, and then it will proceed with the installation. So that is how a fix is installed on the Software AG platform. Since we are talking about the fix over here, so each fixes that we have installed, we can view them on that specific component. So for integration server, this is about the page of the admin UI. And here you just need to go to the updates in the software section, and you can see what are the fixes that are being installed. Or else if you want to um, just browse through the fixes, you can do that as well. So um, let me just open Date Manager once again. Okay, so there is an option to view fixes. So you can also view fixes from Empower, or you can view fixes that are already installed on that product. So ideally, all the fixes and the components will be listed, but then the one that we are specifically looking for can be located using the main component. Say, for example, database configuration, it has all these fixes that are, that are installed on our system. But then the one that we are looking for, we need to identify them. We need to know what fix we are looking for, and then we can actually look into this tree view and confirm that the particular fix that we are looking for, it is installed on that web method suite. Or else, in case if we want to say on a production environment or on a test environment wherein you have multiple VMs and you want to uh, reuse the particular fixes, then we can just go back to the home page, and you can also create an image out of the fix. So you can just give that particular path wherein you need to add that fix. So just okay. Maybe I need to start the update manager as an administrator privilege on my machine. So just go back. Let me open this, then admin. It's taking time. Okay, I'm just going to the create image. I've selected the directory and I've also confirmed the file name wherein the fixes will be kept for reference. So all I need to do is in future, I just need to transform this zip file on different VMs. And or if I'm using it on a cloud, I can use it on a cloud as well. I can use house, a common VM and connect it to the cloud system and install the fixes on the remote product installation wherein I have installed it uh, on the cloud machine. Okay. So over here, I just need to select this particular component. So say, for example, if I just want to install a core fix, I want to create an image of this core fix. I will be selecting this and I will proceed with next. So here you see that although this fix is already installed on our product, but in this case, we are just creating a fix image. So it will connect to the Empower and it will download the fix files and it will be added to the particular file that we have selected. Okay, so that's about fix management. I'm just going to cancel this because it is going to take a little bit of time. And till then, I can take any questions if they are. Okay, so I consider that as a no, and we will proceed to the next installation. Right. So let's begin with you know, exploring the components from an admin perspective, wherein we have a suite setup. So I have the particular components that I have already installed. I will just go through them over here. The main components like the designer, the the integration server, the universal messaging, the MWS, and obviously we have the DB component configurator update manager, which I have already installed, right? Uh, so yeah, so this is done. I think it is added to this directory. Yeah. So this is the fix that is created and we can use it for reference purpose. So talking about the components, we will start with the integration server. I'm using the default integration server that I have installed. And there is not much of difference between 10.15 and 10.11 version of installation. So all we need to understand is, as I said, like from 10.7, we already introduced the admin API, wherein we consolidated and created a new UI, which was more beneficial with new features and extended enhancements and settings for the administrators to use for and quickly debug the service for its trace routes and analytics so that the issue can be fixed quickly. Now, this is the major dashboard that we are seeing on an integration server, and this is how it looks from an admin perspective. And currently, I've logged in as an administrator. So we will quickly go through some of the options that web methods presents on integration server. So we have this dashboard and it consists of the overview, JVM metrics, usages, services, and APIs. So you see all these options you will see here in overview, metrics, usage, service, and APIs. All these are the same. You either click here or you click here. It will bring you to the same page. So to start with overview, it gives an a brief data about the integration server. So obviously it will have the version that is listed, and this will be the actual hardware setup. it will show the different statistics of the CPU, the total RAM memory, and what kind of processor we are using. Then we have the uptime. So this uptime is for the integration server instance that we have. It will show the clustering status. Currently, this instance is a standalone instance, and hence clustering is shown as off. Now coming to the disk space. So disk space, it's showing as 943 GB and 148 GB as total used. So can someone tell me what is this characteristic? If I'm able to ask you. Can anyone just
Again, please.
to answer?
Again.
Okay. So I'm asking this disk space statistics, which is shown here. What is this figure? Is it for
This is the driver that of the server that contain a directory for the integration servers, the total size and how much space used from this directory, from this driver.
Okay. I mean, right. So basically, yes, it shows the available and the free space on the actual disk drive. But to actually see, this is not just the integration server instance. It is the whole directory space. So
Yes, it's
when
whole drive that contain the integration server.
yeah, correct. So this 148, it is not, it doesn't mean that the integration server occupies this space, right? It can have anything about that. So just to just open this. Okay, so this is my drive, and if I click on here, right? This whole will come to 148 GB. So in here, I have two installations. Excuse me. So I have one installation here and another instance that is installed on software AG directory. But as you correctly pointed, this 148 GB, it actually shows the sum of all these folders. So whatever is currently occupied on this disk is being shown here, and not just the integration server. But yes, integration server is one of the component that is installed, right? And then we have the memory. We have the memory setup currently, the max and the mean memory that we have. So this is the max memory for the JVM that it can use. And we have the committed memory. So what it means by a committed and the total memory. So when we start the integration server, it will have a minimum available memory always from start to the end, and that will be 579 MB. Although based upon the server request and the load that it will receive, this memory consumption can go up to 1 GB in total. So that is what the meaning of this particular memory consumption. And then we have the CPU current utilization that it will show. So again, coming to the memory, right? So we have certain custom configurations that we can do to change these statistics. Out of that, now, out of all these, the memory is the one which is the most dynamic, and the administrator actually has to look after this memory very effectively. So in case if he wants to change this memory, he can do that from the back end. So we will be seeing that as well later on. Now coming to the JVM metrics, this is the metrics which is very useful while analyzing the integration server health. We have the memory usage, and this usage can be changed based upon the time lapse or the time frame. So you have a 1 hour or you have a 6 hour memory usage. So you can just change it and you can see how much the memory was utilized. So you get a view of the heap and the non-heap memory that was used, and it will also show you what or how much memory was consumed at that particular time between say a time gap of 6 hours. So this is basically very useful while we have to debug any integration server issues. Then again, the CPU usage, that is also very critical, and this graph actually shows the utilization over time. The thread memory. So the thread memory, it's a summary, sorry. So it will basically show the waiting, how many threads are currently waiting, how many threads are timed waiting, and how many are runnable, right? So that will be the statistics from the thread perspective. You have the CPU versus running threads, and here you see that the running thread count basically is synchronous to the CPU usage that we have. So from the past 6 hours time frame, we see that this particular usage dropped suddenly, and then the same happened with the CPU consumption as well. You have the garbage collector summary. So this is again very important. You have the young gen, you have the old gen, and you have the the young and old, which are calculated in milliseconds time frame. Then you have the heap memory usage, and heap memory usage should obviously be synchronous with the garbage collector. Then in the usage section, you have the different sessions that are established on the integration server by the clients. So they can be the sessions from the DMZ layer, or you can have the external clients directly invoking the services. So they can be stateless or stateful connections, and these will be basically over the time displayed in this tab. Then you have the requests. You have, you can get a categorization of successful and error request. Then you have the session summary. You have the total sessions, the stateful sessions, service instance, the service threads, system threads. Then you have the current and peak time limit here. Okay, and then the request summary, which is classified obviously from the starting and completing request and the average time and service errors. So you can see what service errors occurred on the integration server by going to the error section over here. If any errors have occurred, then you can have those particular errors which can be displayed in the error scenario. Okay. Coming to services, you have the service instances, and you have the cache and prefetch information, and then the circuit breaker information over here. So currently there are no services which are being consumed, so not able to see any services. And into APIs, we have the categorization based on the response time, then the top 5 API request with the API type, and the API request by the response code. So response code can be any HTTP response code that is predefined, but that will be classified and it will be shown. Say, for example, a 500, 0, 200 depends upon the service execution. So you get an array of classification of this data on the dashboard. Okay. Right. So can I ask whether we can continue, or we can take a break, small break, and then continue?
Let us have a break.
Okay. So can we have a break of 10 minutes?
From my side, okay. What about the others?
Okay.
It's okay.
All right. So let's meet in 10 minutes time. Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you. So if everyone is back, can start.
Yes, back.
Okay. So let's discuss about starting and stopping the components, which is the very important thing while doing any maintenance. Now, there are many options when we talk about an integration server in general. So we have 3 to 4 options wherein we can stop an integration server instance. The first one is if it is Windows operating system, then you get a pre-built option to start and shut down an integration server uh, through the menu itself. So here you see that you have this particular integration server menu to start and stop the integration server, right? The most preferred option is to use a command center, but the one that we have in the admin API is in this server mode. So here, go to server mode, server control, and click on shutdown or restart. And you can either shut down after the client sessions are over, or you can shut down immediately. If you want to start or restart it, you can just do restart, or you can shut down, or you can restart in question mode. So obviously question mode is when you want the server to be, say for example, if you want to investigate something, you can just have this question mode on, and then you can restart the server. The third option is you go to Windows Service. In Windows Service, you will have the instance name. So this instance name, which you see here, default 1015, and then you have the host name, and then you have the user who has logged in. So that will be your format. So you need to verify the instance name, and you need to locate that service, and you can stop the service from here, right? And if you want to restart the service, you can click on restart. But this option, it will not wait for the sessions to end. It will simply stop the integration server. It will bring it down. You need to verify these things. You need to keep this thing in mind. Now, before we do that, let's come to the installation directory. So if we have right. So in my installation directory, there are 2 directories which we need to take care of. One is the main integration server, and another one is profile. So this will be the default installation directories anywhere, either on cloud or on premise, even on 10.11. So I'll go to profiles. In here, you will see is underscore the instance name. So this is underscore will be by default, and that will be followed by the default name. So you need to locate that over here. And in that, you go to the bin folder, Now, in this bin folder, you will see two files. One is the .lock, that is the lock file, and then the anchor file. These two files will be there until this instance is up and running, right? So what happens is accidentally, if you go ahead and start the same instance, which is already running, this lock file denies any further start of the same instance. And it avoids the corruption of data. So these two files are very important. One should not touch these files because they are for the product to function properly, else integration server won't run properly, and it might also lead to corruption of data or other files on the system. Right. So once you check these, you can start the integration server. And once the integration server is up, you can verify whether it is up and running with either an HTTP or HTTPS port. Right. So that is the third way. And the fourth way is basically you get scripts in the IS default bin directory. So one is the startup and shutdown scripts. So in Windows, it is .bat file. In Linux, it is .sh file. So if you are creating any scheduled maintenance or any scripts that you need to produce that will take care of the shutdown and restart, then you can use or you can make use of these particular commands that are out of the box from Software AG. Any questions on starting or stopping integration server? The last option that we will see is through Command Central, and I will cover that once we go to that specific component, and we will see how we can shut down or bring down the components over there. Okay, so let's come back to the admin API, and again, let's go to the database components. So in database components, we need to go to settings and then JDBC pools, right? So these JDBC pools are solely for internal purpose, and these were meant for the database components that we have already installed on our database. So as I mentioned earlier, I have created 3 pool alias. We get the driver alias out of the box. So when the product is installed, the specific drivers are already installed on the integration server. We don't need to touch the drivers. All we need to do is we need to identify which database we are using, whether it's SQL Server or Oracle, and that particular driver is correctly installed, right? So once that is done, we need to create a pool alias definition. Now, if you remember, while we were giving the connection name in installer, right? We had given a connection name there, and then we provided the URLs for JDBC along with the user authentications, the username password. So initially, when I set up this product, I had given this SAG 1015. So this was already installed as the integration server was installed for me. So I gave this in the installer. So this becomes the alias name. The connection name which we give in the installer, it becomes the alias name here. And we have the database URL, the driver, username and password. Now, minimum connection and maximum connections. Ideally, 0 and 10 are by default recommended by Software AG because each instance won't cross more than 7 or 8 throttle for parallel connections that are being connected to the database. And then this available connection warning threshold. Again, this we can edit. So in case if we want any alert through email, if it crosses say 80%, then an alert email will be sent. Then we have the threshold count and the ideal timeout. So that's about the pool alias. And because this pool alias, I have given WebMDB, right? So WebMDB was my by default database for most of the IS transactions. So I've given WebMDB for TN, I've given for core audit, IS internal, process audit, process engine, transfer. For archiving, I have given WebM archive. For central users, I have given MWSDB. So this was for the central users that we created. And once we have associated the pool alias to the functional alias, we need to test all these. By default, it will be successful because we have already tested the pool alias definitions, right? So if the pool alias definitions are successful, then you don't need to worry. It is by default connected. Okay. Any doubt or questions on this?
About functions. Now, function name, active transfer, archive. Why we didn't set the others? For example, active transfer, archive, adapters, reporting.
Right. So see, as I said, this is my test environment or my POC environment. Now, if I want, I can actually align the WebMDB to active transfer archive as well. I can set for adapters. Right.
No, my core questions. How we can or depend on what we select the functions. Now we are talking about integration servers. So these functions required are all required for the integration servers, or what?
Yes. So the function name that we see here, these are all related to integration servers, right? And as I see your question, how will we know which function name will be associated with which pool alias, right? So as I said, as recommended by Software AG, central users will have a different schema, right? Archiving will have another different schema, and the main schema, that is WebMDB, will be associated for most of the functions. Active transfer, adapters, document history, core audit, as internal. Right, TN. Does that answer your question?
Okay, now this instance that you are working on it, you select the function name active transfer and map to the web DB web method DB. Now this integration step have active transfer function, or have active transfer module active running on this also.
Yes, it does have.
So now this instance running integration server in addition to active transfer.
See, this is not recommended, but if I want to use this as an active transfer gateway server, I can just install active transfer on a separate integration server.
Yes,
Just
yes, I know, but my questions, the instance that you are working now, that you present, okay, it contain active transfer server and integration server, right?
yes,
So
correct.
So you select a function name active transfer and you map it to the schema web method DB. Now, what about the other function that not mapped? Is it affected on the instance or not affecting? Any function not mapping, is it affecting?
Okay, so if I don't map reporting, staging, or active transfer archive, it will not affect the functionality of integration server. The integration server will perform as per the BAU. Now, say for example, if we consider active transfer archive. Now, say for example, if I want to archive the active transfer data, in that case, I need to ensure that I have mapped the correct DB for this particular function name. Else, this specific function won't work, right? But if I do not map these function names, that doesn't mean that my integration server is not going to function.
So by default, it will be disabled until we make a mapping for this function. It will be enabled.
I mean, it would disabled won't be the correct word. The correct word would be in case if say for example, tomorrow someone goes and tries to archive this data, it will throw an error saying that the pool alias is not mapped to the function. Are you with me on this?
Yes. So, so activating these functions based on the business, what the functions that need to be used, so it will map with the pool alias.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, so that's about the
sorry,
JDBC.
last questions. Please, last questions. Now, we define the max connections based on alias. Now, we map the alias to multiple functions. We map the same alias to multiple functions. Now, the max connections 10. Now, if this alias used by 6 functions, the 10 will be shared, or each function will have dedicated 10 connections.
Yeah, so each function will have dedicated 10 connections because as you see, say if we consider central users as one function name, we have given max connection as 10. So this 10 will apply only to central users. So if we consider archiving and central users, they both will have their separate quota of max connections, which will be 10 plus 10. So there won't be any overlap.
Okay, now for example, on the main database, web method DB, we have 1, 2, 3, please list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So on the web method DB, will have 90 max connection as a total, right?
Yes, when required, it will host 90 max connection, right? But at any given time, we have to see this total connections.
Yes. Clear now, thank you.
Yeah. So, right. So now let's move on to adapters. As I said, like we have selected the JDBC adapter, and there were a few adapters that randomly we selected, but obviously we have different adapters that we can install on our integration server. So adapters, basically, these are mainly used for the business package that needs to be connected to the backend DB. And these are purely, the business functionality for which we can use the adapter connections. So we have the connections, then we have the adapter service. So the adapter service will use the adapter connections, and then we have the polling notification. So you can obviously configure a new adapter connection, and you can either use an SSL or you can use an adapter for JDBC connection. And you need to provide um, the details, like you can either have the packages, the default package or the custom package. Because this is a new environment, you won't see any custom package over here. You need to select a package in which the connection will reside and the folder name, connection name, and different details like the database name, the username, password. In case if it is a Oracle server, you need to also mention the service name. And these are the important factors like the minimum pool size, maximum pool size, the increment. So as an administrator, when we are working with a live environment, we generally face issues with the connection properties, because what we see is there are certain services which hold the connection and they don't get released. So the pool doesn't have any free connections. And due to this, the new connections that are being requested, uh, the integration server will deny the request in case if the maximum pool size has reached, right? So in case if we are dealing with any issues relating to adapter failures, we obviously need to understand the pool size configuration and the increment size here. Okay, so that's about the adapters, and let's go back. Now talking about the common directory services. So in common directory services, what functionality it generally serves? As I explained earlier, we have an integration server and we have an MWS. So if I want to log into the MWS, okay, right. So there are certain prerequisites for the common directory services to be configured. The first thing is that in packages, we need to have this package installed, right? WMCDS. So this package is responsible for generating the functionality that holds the central user management in integration server. So I have configured the central user management over here, and we can have that in just give me a second. In security user management, you will see this central user management. It says configured. If we don't have this package installed, it will see as not configured. Now, apart from this, the other requirement, as I already showed you, is this central users function. It should be clearly mapped to the specific database. So I have a dedicated database where I have mapped this pool alias to the central users, right? And as I said, I have also installed this package, that is WMCDS. And this package will ensure that I get all the functionalities to manage the central user management. So what I've done is I've just gone to the home of this package, which opens up this directory services for me. And if you see here, this directory service is basically, this is a system directory service which I have already created. Go into and create one, I get these options. So I can either configure an LDAP or a database, or I can use any other method like ADSI or ADM. So if I select database, I need to give the database name, and then it will create the CDS information with that directory. And then obviously I have the users that I have mentioned. So these are the users which we see from the central users, and they are visible through the users in MWS. So if you see, this is the system directory which I have created, and this is visible in my CDS in integration server. The other thing that we need to take care as part of setting is on the integration server, we need to map the correct MWS. So in settings, go to resources, and in resources, you have this MWS XAML resolver. So you see that I have given this as the MWS URL, and this is mapped to the MWS that we are currently accessing, 7585. Okay, so there's one functionality of this common directory services which I would like to show. So here you see that I have this cluster status, which is now confirmed to be up and running. And I have also added the MWS instance to this cluster. And this is important for the MWS users to be synced with the integration server. So if you see these users which we created, right? All these users you see in the integration server as well. And this is through the directory service called as system. So if you go in system, you will see the particular data source. So I have pointed this data source to the same schema, that's MWSDB, in the same host wherein I'm pointing the integration server, right? And obviously this is the cluster status. So overall, when it comes to the central user management, these are the configurations that we need to take care of. So if you have installed a new integration server and a MWS, and if you want to use the common users, this is the way ideally you need to manage the configurations. Okay, any questions on central user management? Fine. So let's move on to the resources again. So apart from the single sign-on with the MWS, we have certain sections like the email notification, server memory, thread pool, sessions, then the HTTP settings, and email notification is when you want to configure any SMTP server. We have to give the details and the username and password so that the integration server will use that particular SMTP server to send out emails as part of alerts. Then server memory is, this is the dynamic view. So currently 13% is available as part of memory. Now, as we are talking about the memory, I would like to show you how you configure the memory as well. So in the software AG directory, you have profiles. In that you have the instance name, the default instance name. In that you'll have the configuration folder. In that there will be a config file called as custom wrapper.conf. Ideally, it is recommended that you should have the product component integration server shut down before you modify or open the custom wrapper. But for reference purpose, this is the one that I'm showing you. So here, the most important thing that we have to understand is the init memory and the max memory, right? So here, in case if we want to increase the memory size, we have to change this value. This is obviously in MB, megabytes. And if we want to increase it by 1 GB, it will be 2048, right? And before changing any configuration in this file, first, as I'm reiterating, the server has to be shut down. Then we change this value, we save this particular file, and then we restart the server, right? So this is how we increase the memory of the integration server. Then obviously the working directory, which is this one, that is integration server instances and the instance name. So this will be important. Okay. So that's about the memory. And coming to the server licensing. So let's talk about licensing first. So this one is basically, it depends upon what license we are using. Based on that, the feature will be enabled. So this is a licensing file for integration server suite, which has the enterprise gateway, which has clustering, publish, subscribe, adapter runtime, and all these. So if you want to change the licensing, just go to licensing details, and we need to identify what are the licenses that we currently hold. So these are the licenses, and you need to just click on edit license file. And this particular file name will or has to be present in the config directory. So if you see here, this license key.xml, let me just do this. Right. So if you see this, it will show you this integration server, and it will show what are the components that it is licensed and the product code for that particular license. So that is very important. We have to change the licensing and then the expiration date. So if we have to, or as an administrator, if we want to add any alert, we can make use of this particular section. And then yes, you save this change in case if there are any changes made, and then this particular licensing is done. Coming to the ports, we have the ports over here, when we install integration IS instance, we'll get the default HTTP, HTTP port, and one of them has to be primary. So obviously it can be either HTTP or HTTPS. Diagnostic port. So I hope you understand the functionality of a diagnostic port, right? So diagnostic port has its own thread pools, and it is basically used while the server is not responding. The thread pools are exhausted, and you want to start the server, then you can use this feature. So as I said, like it has the private thread pool configuration. So it uses this separate thread pool and it has this parameters, the min max priority, and we can, as an administrator, we can use this in case if we want to debug any issues. And then apart from that, if we want to add any port, we can add a new port, go to add port. So you get all these options. Obviously, HTTP, HTTPS are there. You get a file pooling port, FTP, FTPS, an email port, and then you have the diagnostic and the enterprise gateway and the internal server. So the enterprise gateway is basically when a particular IS is in a DMZ. So we make use of the enterprise gateway server, and then we have the internal server wherein the gateway server connects to the backend IS, right, in the green zone. Okay, so coming to the HTTPS port is quite secure and it uses a key store alias and a trust store alias. So if you want to edit the port, you can just go to that particular port, disable it, and then just change the key store if required, or if you want to make changes to the port, you can make changes over here as well. And then obviously you can enable and save the changes. Access mode is basically it's denied by default. If you want to allow access through that port, you can set access mode to allow by default. So at the moment, this port has denied access, and that's the reason we are seeing this. Okay. Coming to schedulers, schedulers are basically the services that integration server hosts. We have the inbuilt schedulers like the image cleanup. These are basically the monitoring use cases that the integration server has. So if we want to add any custom scheduler, we can just create a schedule task and we can have the custom service as the input. And we have to schedule the time based upon the date and time zone. And then this is the run mask. So run mask is basically how frequently this scheduler will run, and we can define based upon these options either the day of the week that it wants to run, or we can have the days of the month that it wants to run. and then obviously repeat after completion. So once we create a scheduler, right? So these schedulers, they get stored in IS internal, right? So can anybody answer this question? Say, for example, I have an integration server which is not clustered. Can the scheduler still work in a synchronized manner? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. But I think yes, because can be running as a standalone, right?
My question is, say, for example, if we have two integration servers running, which are not clustered, but if they want to use the same scheduled task, can they use it?
I don't know.
See, ideally, the thing is that we define WebMDB. In that, we have the IS internal database, right? Yeah. And what happens is basically, so the answer is yes, you can synchronize the schedule task because if these schedulers are pointing to the same database, then obviously, say if the scheduler runs on one node, then it will have the other node as uh, a backup. So it will see whether the scheduler has run earlier or not. And because the IS internal is common, it will update the run status over there. If it is running, it will update as running. And if we try to run the scheduler in another node, it will not run because the status is running in the database. I hope you understand what I just explained right now. So the state is dynamic, and this dynamic state, it regularly gets updated in the database. Okay. Now let's talk about packages. Package management is very important. As an administrator, we need to understand what packages we can disable, what we cannot, or what packages we should not disable. So ideally, packages like WM root should not be disabled, should not be deleted. This is the core of the admin API, and the integration server will basically not run without this. Apart from them, all the other WM packages, the naming convention suggests that these are out of the box packages, and some of them actually signify the components that we have installed. Say, for example, WMTN for trading networks. This is for deployer. WM public is for the public services which the developers generally refer to while developing their solutions. You have the WM flat file. As I mentioned, WM CDS is required for common directory services, right? And then we have the WM admin. So WM admin will basically open the same URL. So this will basically have the services which are related to the admin API that we are seeing here. And as we have installed the fix, this is the patch history of this particular package. Apart from that, if we have any custom packages, they will be listed over here. Now, once we install the integration server, we see that most of the packages are enabled, right? They are enabled, and here we see that WM Win32, it's not enabled. So that's actually a recommended practice from Software AG. What all functional packages that we don't need, it is recommended to disable them, right? Because they do not consume any memory when the integration server is started. So if you are not using any MFT solution, you can disable the MFT package or the Kafka adapter. So if I disable the Kafka adapter, I would still be able to use other functionalities. So it doesn't affect me, but we need to identify which packages are dependent on what. Say, for example, WM public, right? So WM public, if we disable, then it will be of no use for the development team. And the services which are being called, they won't be available at runtime. And this might cause a major setback to the integration, which are running on the production environment. Right. Now, there are some activities that we can do in package management. We can install inbound release. Inbound release is nothing but, say, for example, you need a package called WMEDI, say, from another server, right? You just need to archive that from that server and place it in the inbound releases path. So here you see that we already have WM deploy resource, and this package will be there in the backend. Instances default. Yeah. So in the installation directory, integration server instances default instance, in that you have replicate inbound. So say, for example, this is a package which I want to install. I can simply place it in this folder, and I can do inbound release, and I can install this release here so that this package is installed. But then we do not recommend to do this. This can be done in development environment. And that's the reason why we have CI/CD practices. We have, the WM deployer, which can deploy across clusters. and it can also activate the packages. There are many other advantages. So we need to understand that inbound release does not confirm the dependencies of that package. Say, for example, a package is dependent on certain services on another package, but somehow that package is not available on integration server. This inbound release will still work because it does not check the dependencies while installing. Yes, while activating this package, here we have checked on the option activate upon installation, right? So after installation, once it goes for activation, then it might face issues because it will surely check for the dependencies, and the dependencies, once uh, they are not available, then it will throw an error message, right? So it's very important to understand when we do an inbound release. Then obviously you have activate inactive packages, you have recover package, browse folders, view locked elements, and filter packages. So these are other options as well. We'll see the WM deployer. So WM deployer I've installed over here, but generally we have a dedicated uh, deployer instance because we also need to connect it with external CI/CD setup, either it's Jenkins or CrossVista. So you need to go to solutions, and in solutions there is deployer. Now this is the same as we browse in package management. So in package management, you'll see WM deployer. So you go to the home page, you will come to the same section, what we have. Okay. So before, before going into the projects, there is one prerequisite, that is we need to basically configure the external servers, right? So in external servers, we have the remote servers, and I have configured two servers here. One is the instance with 2222, and another one is 5555. So both of them are working. And if we test the connectivity, it says remote server locally connected successfully. So I have my deployer installed on 2222 port number instance. So I can use this deployer to deploy any assets on my local instance. But say, for example, if I have another instance, if I want to install on this instance, I can do that, but I need to configure the external servers here. So as you can see, this instance name is default, and what we have here is default 1015, right? So these are the two instances, default 1015 and default. Right. So I have also connected the remote servers for 5555. And now to test this, I need to give the password, the credentials. So these are the credentials of this server. Okay, so when I say connected to remote server, local new successfully, then I can launch the deployer. And in deployer, go to servers, ISNTN. So here you see there are two remote servers which we have already configured, and I can install any assets on either of them. So the assets that I can install is obviously the packages. I need to create the project. In project, I need to mention the package and the description as WM deployer. And I need to create a build, but I need to define the deployment sets. So I need to create the deployment sets. So for that, I need to identify what artifact I'm going to deploy. For flow service for packages, it's obviously ISNTN. For trading network partners, it will be ISNTN because TN is embedded in the IS. So my artifact will be ISNTN. Then my set will be deployment, giving the name. Then I'll create. And from packages, I need to select the packages. But for that, I've not selected the source server. So I need to select the source server. So my source server will be the same server on which the deployer resists. So this will be my source server. Are you guys following me? Do you have any questions? Hello?
Yes, we are following.
All right. So this is basically a traditional deployment process, which I'm not going to elaborate. But what I want to show you is basically what all artifacts that we can deploy. So we can deploy the BPMs, the broker, the MWS, and the UM artifacts, the API gateway or the business rules on the IS. So all these things we can do on through the deployer, and this has to be done first with the prerequisites being completed, which is the remote server alias being created. generally what happens is a remote server alias will not have a direct or a simple connectivity to your target server. So what I mean by this is that it will have a proxy, and through proxy it will connect to the remote server. So for that, you need to first also define the proxy servers in the proxy settings, right? But because I don't have a proxy server that I need to use, I can simply bypass this proxy and I can create the remote server aliases and directly get them connected and tested.
In the remote servers, external servers, what is the function of the event server here?
Okay, so yeah,
The event server.
event server, can you help me locate that?
Just now I see there is the event server in the remote servers for configuring.
Is it in the proxy server?
Just now I saw somewhere.
Event server, okay.
Yes.
I'm not able to locate that.
Maybe in SFTP.
SFTP, we haven't configured
No.
anything.
Just now I saw an event server here for.
Okay, was it in remote server alias? Okay, maybe you are talking about the alias definitions or the user, because these are the settings that we provide which are already configured on the target machine. The users
Okay.
and the username and password. Okay. So that's about the deployments. Let's talk about the security. Now, integration server, it has various ways to secure the connections. The most important thing is by defining an HTTPS port. So let's go back to the HTTPS port here in the port settings. Sure. Just log out. Admin API. Okay. Okay, I need to check the error on that instance, but we will quickly move on to the security part. So as I said, we have the ports, right, in port configuration that we have defined, wherein we have the HTTPS port. So here you see we have the default key store and the trust store. So this is for the integration server, and this is for the public key to be stored in the trust store. So we can create certificates, generally self-signed certificates or signed certificates, and they have to be in the JKS format. They will be stored in the IS key store. Along with that, we will have the public keys that will be extracted, and they will be placed in the trust store. So any client request which will pass through the 5543 HTTPS port have to present a valid certificate. Otherwise, integration server will not allow that particular connection to be established or pass through the DMZ if it's an API gateway, or pass through the green zone at the backend in case if a direct API is invoked. Okay, so apart from that, we have different other mechanisms, like we have the user management. In user management, we have the proprietary user password based authentication. And as you know that the users, they belong to a group, and the group are then attached to the ACLs, which provide the different privileges to the resources, right? So that's the second security mechanism. Then we have, as I said, like the certificates that we can configure for the client and the SSL cache. Right. Now, the third is basically using OAuth. OAuth, generally, we use it more often with the API gateway because we need to kind of secure the API access. Once the tokens are generated, you will have a a valid time frame in which that particular API will respond. If the token expires, then the session won't be validated, and a new token have to be generated, validated, and authenticated by both the source and the uh, requested entity. So you need a OAuth token over here. So for that, there are certain configurations you need to basically register the client. So this is the client registration, wherein you basically register what all assets will be using the OAuth token. And once it is authenticated, what would be the redirect URL, and type would be confidential, and the grants would be authorization code grant or implicit grant or resource owner password credentials grant. This depends upon what kind of tokens you need to generate and validate them. Then you have the expiration interval, in what interval that particular token gets expired, or if you want to set it as never expire, then you can do so. And what would be the refresh count? So you basically define these settings, And the tokens, once they are generated, they will, this is a dynamic screen, right? So as you can see, which client application is using that token, the owner ID, access token, expiry time. So all these things you will see, like say, for example, if a token is valid for 5 minutes and every 1 minute, if you refresh this, you will see the expiry time getting um, reduced by that many minutes. So this is for the tokens. And then if you want to add an external server for authorization, you can do so to fill out the details and save it. Right. So uh, till now, any questions about the functionalities that we have seen so far? Guys, and we have a lot to cover. Maybe tomorrow also we need to extend about the web methods administration, because we have the command central, the universal messaging that we need to cover, uh, which I'll be taking along with the IS caching and clustering sessions. Right. So let's move on to the logging. So logs, as you know, that they are very specific to the functionality. We have the server logs, the error logs, then guaranteed delivery, messaging, and service logs. So service logs are basically based upon the serving, the the logging level that is defined in the flow services that we have. And generally we have the the try catch mechanism that gets implemented in a flow service, right? So the custom logging that happens over here. We can get the entries uh, in the service logs. Then messaging would be basically the client logs that we see. So in the instances default, we have the logs. Then we have the server log, and we have the audit logs. So you see, generally, if there is any error on the integration server, you will get the error logs in the error section. Else, on the server log, you will have uh, the logging displayed from the server log file. So apart from other logs, the server log cannot be configured to be, written to a database. It has to be of always uh, based upon the file logging. So this is exactly what I mentioned. So here you see, right, server logger. Server logger is destination will be in file, and if I want, I can change the destination for the other logging parameters. Okay, so there are different loggers like the API gateway, the document, the error logs, integration, messaging, security, server, service, session, and logs. And the most important part is where these logs are written. So you'll have these logs being followed on the WebMDB database, and they'll be logged accordingly to what we have configured. So there are certain loggers that cannot be written onto a file. Say, for example, the audit logs. So this is the audit logger configuration. So here you see the destination will always be a database, and uh, it will basically select based upon the functional areas that we have defined in the pool section. Then client logger. So the client logger will basically have uh, the details about uh, the integration server to connectivity. So this will be the log that I'm referring to. And here you see that there are certain errors that it encountered, like reconnection attempt failed due to relim currently not reachable. So it will log the host of that particular universal messaging and the error log. So this was when the was restarted, and we could no longer see the issue with the connectivity, and the client connectivity was established accordingly. Then the second configuration that we saw was based upon the log level. So right. So the logging level, as you know, it's basically we have different levels starting from trace to fatal. So trace being the what do you say, the most detailed logging that will be written in the trace logs, and gradually it will decrease based upon the functionality or the requirement, and the fatal will be the least level. That is, if it is selected as fatal, then in case, say for example, an integration server crashes or it suddenly gets restarted, then uh, the logs only in that case will be written. So um, you have different logging facility for certificates or authentication server, service manager. So you can customize your logging level based on that. And once you save the settings, uh, integration server automatically picks up the um, configuration, and that particular logging level will be used to log the specific logs for the integration server. Okay, so this was basically the logging that I discussed. This was basically for the runtime products. There are certain loggings that we need to also see for the web methods installer and uh, the different other um, components that we used. Right. So say for example, update manager. So in update manager as well, we have uh, different logs like the update manager and info. Okay, so today we also try to install some fixes, right? So this particular log file, it will mention what activity was performed based upon the update manager uh, events that uh, we initiated. So this is another log. Any questions on logging? Or am I sounding too boring? Either of that should be true. And these logs are basically when we use Software AG installer. Say, for example, if we want to identify any issue with the installer, then we can use these logs. So these logs are there in Software AG directory install logs. In install log, file, you'll find these logs, and then yeah, so it will log all the details like what all components were installed and were there any issues. So if I go down, yep. Any questions, please? Or are we okay to move ahead?
No, thank you.
Thank you. So one last topic that we will cover, and then we will start tomorrow with the Universal Messaging Command Central and MWS. So basically the monitoring section, right? So in monitoring section, we have this embedded in the admin API, and generally why this particular functionality is so useful when it comes to using web methods as a traditional EI or a B2B or any other um, you know component that we have installed on the web methods IS. So the reason for monitoring is that we can now use the service usage history, and we can categorize the services that are just started, completed, failed, and resubmitted. All right. Um, so we can actually have a service name. We can find the service name with the server ID, context ID. So this is the same functionality that we already had in the MWS. And the reason being that it is embedded in the IS is there is one advantage that we see here is we have less dependency on MWS. MWS used to be, or rather used to get very slow when we used to search for any monitoring aspect, right? And it used to be a very time consuming activity for us to resubmit any services. But because it is embedded in the admin API, we can quickly search for those services, and we can filter out the status, whether it started, completed, failed, or resubmitted. So if we want to only see the failed service, we can choose that, and we can see if there were any failures, or say, for example, any completed. Apply. About 24 hours or 1 week. Okay. So right, let me check here. Okay, so I don't have any service invocations since the product installation, but I can definitely search for the services and their invocations, and I can even resubmit those services. So all you need to do is, if there is any instance that you get for your filter, you just need to check on that instance and you need to resubmit that service in case if it is a failed service. You have documents, you have data management. So data management, it's basically a one-off activity wherein you see that there are any database entries that needs to be purged on regular basis. You can do that. You can search based upon the number of days to retain. So it will retain 30 days from now. I mean, 30 days prior to today. So that comes to, like, say, for example, 10th of March, right? So any entries before 10th of March, if we want to retain them, then they will be retained. So from 10th March to 10th of April. So this data will be available. Everything else will be discarded. Okay. So here you see the archive summary. So these are the tables like the WM session, WM error, and the archive history obviously will come from the activity based upon the archival process that we have done. All we need to do is archive and delete, and it will basically follow the retention criteria, and accordingly the purging will happen on the data. Okay. So that's about the monitoring aspect. Now, coming to the another component. So this is the platform manager. So here, whenever we install any component, it will have a platform manager. We get an option whether to install a platform manager or not based upon our requirement. So here you see I have installed default 1015 and we have a platform manager. So how do we match that this platform manager is for this instance? So it's basically that you see an index called as 2. So this index and this index will be the same. So this is in case if it's Windows. And let me just open this properties. So here you see the path to executable. Now this path will be the same installation directory which we have, and it will have the configuration files, and based upon that, the platform manager will get started. So to reiterate, what are the utilities of platform manager? So platform manager is basically a gateway through which a command central communicates with the other components that we have. So we have the integration server, we have the my web methods or the UM. And if there is a platform manager, it will communicate the different details of these components to the command central. So we will see that configuration when we talk about command central. But on a high level, a platform manager is a face of these components, and it provides the necessary information to the command central. Now, coming to the maintenance task, again, we saw the shutdown and restart operations. So it is recommended that the actual component should be shut down before the platform manager. And same is the reverse. So when we start with the, enabling the components, we need to ensure that its platform manager is up and running. Only then we should go ahead and start the actual component. So say, for example, this is my platform manager and my other component is the IS, right? So during maintenance, if I want to start the IS, I will first ensure that the relevant platform manager is running, and then I will start the IS. A basic theory behind this is the platform manager tends to ping the main port of that particular component. And in case if it finds it to be shut down, then it will write the negative errors in the specific logs. So platform manager will see more when discuss on the command central. So the sequence of start and shut down events, they are very important, and one should understand the specific importance of platform manager. Even on Linux, it will have its own process ID, and that is the PID. Same as Windows, and the functionality will remain the same. Okay, so we have seen all this. Okay, notifications. Notifications, I just had them viewed. So these are nothing but the notifications that pop up for any specific events. We can change that through ignored notifications. So generally, as an admin, if you want to set up the notifications, we can do that. Yeah. Let me just go to administration, notifications, no notification. Right. So we have different aspects wherein the integration server will report the errors like account locking or authentication, certificate management, or license management. Obviously, we can turn down or we can ignore these notifications in future if we don't want the IS to report these notifications. So we can just change the state to ignore from report and click on save, and this particular setting will get reflected from the next run. Okay. Okay, we have another 10 minutes. I will quickly show about connecting universal messaging. And then we can wind up for today. So for universal messaging, obviously, we need the UM to be installed and up and running. So we'll see that in the next section. So as of now, to connect to a UM, you just need to go to the messaging section. In messaging section, we have the JMS settings and JNDI settings. So these are the three settings that we need to basically configure UM and establish PubSub integration. So JNDI setting is very important. And I have my universal messaging running on an NHP port on 9000, which is a non-SSL. So I have created this JNDI provider alias. I have the alias name, description, provider URL, and the failover list. The same. So here use SSL is no, because it is a non-HTTPS or non-NSP port, not using SSL. So when I do a test lookup,
I have a question here about these settings. If you can return to the previous screen.
this one.
Yes. What the meaning of or what the difference between NSP and NHP? These two protocols.
Right. So this is not a unique one to universal messaging. It is rather generic. What it means is that any traffic that requires a certificate authentication will be through SSL communication, which is called as NSP, right? And NHP will have the HTTP communication.
Both on the same port, secure and not secure on the same port, 9000.
No, port will be different. We have to create multiple ports on the universal messaging. So one port will be for NSP, one port will be for NHP, right?
Mhm.
But in the JNDI provider alias, we can only give either of them. Only one URL is permitted.
Okay, but
In
here,
case,
but here to provide, if you see provider URL and provider URL failover list. So
yes,
here, one use an SCP on port 9000 and other use an HP on 9000 also.
okay, let me just show you. Universal messaging. See, this font is a little bit very tiny, but are you able to read from the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Right. So this is my 9000 port, and this is an NHP, which is actually a non-SSL port, right? Now, here I have defined as NSP, and the failover I've defined as NHP. Now, what universal messaging says is, if I use NHP or NSP intermixed, provided what protocol it is defined on the universal messaging, it will use that. So here, if I edit and if I do NHP here, it should still work. To save changes, I have not provided the failover URL. Okay.
Okay.
So let's test this one. See, the test lookup is successful, and I am getting the artifacts. And if you see again, there is no provider URL, and I have given, sorry, there is no failover list, and I have given the provider URL with NHP.
Okay, so now provider URL failover list. This one will be used if the provider URL down, or what?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
So,
but
what is, yeah,
yes.
so the idea is that generally what happens is we have more than one NHP and more than one NSP port, right? So say, for example, it is highly recommended that we use NSP with a certificate authentication. But what if the certificate expires, right? What if there is some issue with the SSL communication, right? So it is always recommended that you define another NHP port, and for the time being, instead of a downtime, the failover happens to the working URL.
Okay, now, so the failover here for the protocol, not for the servers, because in we have a cluster, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the failover here for the protocol. If this protocol, for example, as you mentioned, SL not working or there is SL issue, it will go with the NHP. So the failover list here, the main use for this one is the protocol, not the servers.
Yes, not the servers, because for integration server, one node of is not useful. We always give, say for example, so here, right, we always give, say for example, there are two clusters, right? Local host and local host 1. So I will give like this. So these are the two clustered service, realm service, right? But then the port fields, because certificates will be common for both the ports. So if the certificate fails, then the failover should be ready to accept the connections from the IS, and without any downtime, the integration should work. Are you with me? So
Yes.
to answer your question, it is more to the protocol rather than the cluster nodes in the cluster.
Okay, clear.
Because the failover of the cluster happens within the universal messaging. So you have a master, you have a slave, right?
Yeah.
So that is a different failover. Yeah.
Okay, clear. Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of today's session. And to summarize, we have seen the product with the installation and fix updates management. Along with that, we have seen the features of the integration server, the admin activities, the start, stop functionalities, and different functions on the admin API that is presented through the administrator. So we will focus on Command Central Universal Messaging tomorrow. Few more topics for IS that we will cover, and maybe on the last day we will have the API gateway and the developer portal to sum up with. So any questions, team, before we summarize today's topics?
Nothing from my side. Thank you.
Okay. So if there are no questions, then we will meet tomorrow, same time. Until then, take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.